What's up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Welcome to the stream. Today we have migrated everything over and hopefully should be able to return back to AI and getting this random patrol position movement task, whatever you want to call it, started up. So with that being said, enjoy some music. I got some text to answer and a water to grab, and I will be back momentarily. Oh man, it's a me, a Polly. Wah! What up, everyone? I'm sorry, I forgot to turn on my camera. I gotta move all this around. Sorry, I'm answering important texts. Boom. Boom. So as you can see, we got this all set up yesterday. So we're basically back to the same instance that we were when we left off. However, there is some issues with the movement and the vision. So we're going to have to be fixing that today, and we're going to have to do something with the random position movement. Let me try to turn on my camera so everyone can see my lovely face. Hello. But it looks like it's going to be a nice calm day here in the studio. Not too many heads. shirt on. That was getting way too, yeah. Same shirt, same place, same friendly face. Oh, no. No. Music is way too loud. All right, so let's get in the work mindset. All right, so yep, everything is currently working. Let's see what this is. On result change is in line of sight. Player reference seems to be working. I mean, we're getting this issue where yeah, I wonder why that's happening. It could be because we have this delay here. Really, that's probably what it is the delay. So let's go ahead and mess with that for a bit. Give it like a 2-second delay before they start moving. That's like one of the bigger issues, but oh yeah, he moves way too quick now. Let's do 0.3. I want him to wait until he is completely turned around. Right? So maybe we need to create a bool in here that dictates this. Right? But then we would have to make a blackboard and create a blackboard. Yeah, well, let's just do it. Let's do it. Blackboard. Is there any way I can put these in a category? Maybe I can. Let's see here. Right now we have no category is turned. Let's put set in controller. Let's just main bowls, or let's just call it main logic, right? I guess all of it is a part of the main logic. It's all a part of the main logic. Boom 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 boom. We don't want that there. Let's do this, and then let's add a new key. Bool is turned, which I think that's already the logic that I had. I was like, yo, let's just block this with a bool. And start turning. I want to see how this executes, though. Yeah, he'll just sit here unless I move again. Boom, 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 boom. There needs to be like an unfinished delegate that's called on here. Target is enemy character. I mean, it's already here. I shouldn't have to do all this. It's already here. I shouldn't have to do all this. I'm going to create a function that this never gives me what I want. Use function pointers. Ah. So in here we would create a function. Okay. Don't I have to do this in, yeah. I think we have a timeline though already set for what we're doing. when we start turning. And then once that's finished, I guess in here, reinitialize, attack, check, anim instance, get game mode, hitbox is on montage end, on detection overlap begin, rotate to player. So this calls. Maybe we put if value equals 100 or 1, right? Or is there any way to say value.max? Just this, huh? I know that when this gets finished, we call this. Let's go to start turning. This plays it from the start. When it's finished, we execute this. Which we rotate. It's down here, sorry. Rotation end. We say stop is in none. True, I could just see if the, instead of doing all that, because I thought it would be nice to have this a time function, and then when it's finished, just execute, right? Oh, Wind Toxin, welcome. I'm doing great, man. Just trying to figure out how to make the rotation a little bit. It's not that it's clean. It's just he'll turn if I don't have the delay set correctly, he'll turn and automatically do that, and I kind of want to wait until he's finished turning to move. Safe, welcome, Safe. Spaghetti noodles with fried tea grilled on charcoal needed to release my energy, Paul. No, man, I completely get it, bro. I get like that too. Sometimes I'll just be sitting in my room and, scream. Just because I got all that pent up energy, man. I got to release it some way. I belch. I'm like, oh, yeah. But I'm trying to see if there's a way to essentially, what's the best way to describe this? Let's say if I put AI move too. So in here, you'll see we have a function, right? The function has something that'll automatically call. It'll just pass on. I want to create a function that has like an on success or on fail capability. Because then I could incorporate that to this, and I can just essentially be like, yo, when this is done, do the thing. Nice. Character movement became more smooth. Yeah, it did. What I eventually ended up doing was, so the issue is I was calling this montage in the essentially in the task or in the behavior tree, and what you're supposed to do is essentially turn on and off states and let the animation BP handle it. So let that be a lesson to anyone out there who is doing the same thing I'm doing. Make sure you're handling all animations in the animation BP. Granted, the montages get played through that, but it's better to have states. Do you know the alien indomitable human spirit meme? That's what I want to say. Indomitable, like the abominable snowman. No, I don't. I'm not a meme. I'm a memer, but I'm not like a memer. You know, I'm not like searching the internet for memes. Let's see what chat. If you're using a timer and want to use Unreal Engine's timer managed along with Delegate or Lambdas, here you can do it. Start timer with callback. Time duration. When finished. Oh, F on timer finished delegate. But he doesn't have, oh. In callback is bound. Time duration false. So I have like start. Do you know the your shirt? My shirt is fire. Thank you. It's the 5 millionth time I've worn it in a row. I'll be real. It's because I'm broke and I don't have any other clothes, and I'm fat and I don't fit in the other ones, man. Gosh, man. Gosh. I'm facing a problem with Unreal Engine 5 and Visual Studio. Both are stuck when adding new C++ classes. Have you tried regenerating your project files? Have you tried deleting the intermediate binary and saved folders? So in your project file, you'll see intermediate saved, and where is binary? Binary's not in here. Ooh. That's interesting. Usually there's a binary. But yeah. You'll see even in here binaries. You have saved intermediate binaries. Try deleting that, regenerating the files, and then recompiling, and then try again. That might help. No, I meant the correct emoji. Meant like Nike logo. Oh, you're stunting the Nike logo. Okay, bro. By the way, that set of emojis is exactly how I feel right now. With the lack of sleep I had last night, I'm just like, hey. Okay, yeah, try it and let me know what happens. I'm hoping that works. That typically fixes a lot of my issues. A lot of stuff gets messed up, sadly. Also, sometimes, I believe there's like a cache. There's like a cache folder somewhere. I think it's in app data roaming in the Unreal Engine. Let's check that out. Where is it? Yeah, I don't see it. Local low? Is it local low? Is it local? Epic Games. Epic Online Services. Yeah. There's like data in here you can get rid of. I would look up that folder. And that'll typically help if your game's like hiccuping a lot in engine. I would look that folder up though. I'm not 100% sure on it. Hey, hello my friend, Luis. Luis, what's up, Luis? Welcome to the stream. What? It's after 10 already? I know, man. Time flies when you're feeling fly. You know what I'm saying, bro? When you feeling fly, time flies, doggy. Sorry. That was the dad spirit coming out of me. Back in the day, if I'd said that, I'd 100% come off cool. But now it's just like, who is this guy? O'Reilly. O'Reilly's Auto Place. That's right. I messed it up just to throw you off. And you're from LA, so I know you've heard that. I know you've heard that commercial, man. How's it going, Louise? What are you up to today? Al, what are you doing today? Safe says, can I make emoji man in the chat? I mean, if you want. Just try to keep your messages down to a minimum. Just keep your messages. It's not that, you know, you talk so much. It's just you got to compress those messages, man. Space them out a bit, right? Look at Al in the brush. He comes in, he says 2 things, then he lurks, and then he says another couple of things. And then sometimes he'll have like something, but then it'll be like 3 or 4 sentences, and I read it, and I'm like, true. So is this Bart? This is Bart Simpson with his hair? Anyways, let's get back to this. So I'm trying to find a way to get a call function back for this, but it looks like there is a way to do it. Start time with declared delegate for the callback. So it's telling me in my class, in the class, the enemy character class, I have to declare a delegate, right? It wants me to be like declared _ delegate. F on timer finished. Delegate. And then start with callback. We'll find out if this works, but it would be nice to have a callback to that so I can just, you know, it'd just play the entire time and it wouldn't execute immediately. Because that's what's happening. It's just executing immediately. By the way, guys, I am thinking of having a game jam soon, but I want it to be a team jam. So if we don't have enough people to have like 3 or 4 teams of like 2 to 3 people, I don't know. Because I think it's important to learn how to work in a team. It's important to learn how to work in a team, right? But there won't be any prizes. It'll just be for, you know, fun. Until we can get enough money for prizes and stuff like that. But it is something I'm considering. Let me know what you think. Oh, and if you haven't joined the Discord, make sure to join the Discord. Link is in the description of this live stream video. And if you're on Twitch or Twitter, Twitch, it's going to be in the social section. Twitter, it's going to be the top pinned tweet, okay? So go over there, do that. Join in, select a role, verify, share your stuff, communicate, count numbers, and be a boss. Also, what else am I trying to do? Don't you hate when that happens? Yo, Papa Jin. Papa Jin didn't ruin nothing, man. Papa Jin didn't ruin nothing, bro. You should have been quicker with your man. Look, see, you got the head in. That's all that matters. And yo, why is his nose? Yo, why is his nose positioned that way? And I'm doing good, Peppagen. How are you, my friend? Make my emoji man complete. No. Your emoji man is fine. You need to have a macro for this, bro. That's what you need to do. Set up a macro And that's how you do it, bro. Pepajin, don't feel like you gotta go and do that, okay? Also, I love how Al never communicated back to me. He never said nothing to me. It's ridiculous. I feel a little offended and hurt. Just saying. Panel of the timer. So essentially, start timer with a callback function. If I go and I do start turning, we have F vector, her location, and we have a why do we have a time duration? Well, we pass in the time duration on this. Time duration? I don't want a time duration. Okay? I just want this to go to... Do I need a timer duration? Ooh. I'll be there. Dude, you can't... You already failed, man. Look, Emoji Man is never gonna be the same. I mean, was this even a cool Emoji Man to begin with? What is this guy? What's up with his face and his lips? What is up with his lips? Scaring me, dude. I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping tonight. We're gonna have exercise streams, chat. Exercise. Gonna be great. I'm gonna and I'm not exercising. You guys will be exercising, right? I'll tell you what to do. I'll be like, lift a boulder 500 times. Go outside and run for 3 hours straight. In the provided example, function takes time to specify the duration in the timer. If you're using a database approach like this, my timer has a curve float in it. We're just trying to see what we can do, guys. Yeah, he needs to prepare Emoji Man ahead of time and not try to, like, you know, exercise or exercising, both. Both. You think a demon wants to be running, bro? You think these dark spirits want to be doing exercises? The reason why you're huffing and puffing is it's not because of you, bro. It's that thing. It's that darkness, bro. It's like, man, I just wanted to be fat and hang out. Oh, your VS finally works. Nice. Yeah, I am making it AI for the enemies. For the enemies. They're for all of them. Exorcise. In the name and blood of Christ of Nazareth, I exorcise you. May the spirits come out. Come out, spirits. Get the holy water, start throwing it at the camera. Come out, dark and evil spirits. I'll be real with you guys. I do believe in that stuff. Update timer. Timer finished. So in here, in this case, right, they have the curve. You know, timer curve, U curve float. Start timer with curve. This is not how you do it. This is not how you do it. Update timer. How do I even call this when I set it up? I know I do start turning. Let's check out start turning. I just say play from start. This is a timeline, actually. I apologize, robot. It's not a timer, but a timeline. The robot person. Don't use the chat GPT if he makes mistakes. It could destroy your PC. I know. That's why I'm just trying to get an idea or see if it's possible to even create a function. So essentially we have start turning, character turns, but I want this to execute or finish executing after he's fully turned. All right, so I'm trying to find a way to create a function like the one we currently have, but with an on success or on fail, what is this called? Execute line, right? I'm trying to find out how to do that because I feel like that would be a lot better than trying to set bulls or do anything else of that nature. Right now, the way I'm handling this is in my move player, I have a delay before he actually starts. I also see if this animation montage is playing, but the issue with this, and I don't know why I didn't recognize this, this is no longer a turn montage. This is an animation. So this is going to be false immediately anyways. It's going to be false immediately anyways. So with that being said, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Your shirt, your head. Dude, you trying to freaking make fun of the baldness, bro? Come on and get down with the baldness. The darkness, man. The darkness. The darkness down. What do you mean, the darkness? I am a robot, not a demon. Stop trying to exercise me. I told you I'd be back. Alright. So they do bind the U function. I don't know why they bind it right here. Boop. Boop. Timeline finished. I want the delegate though. I want an on finished execute for the function in BPs. Hopefully it's like still Arnold Demon. Imagine, dude. I'm gonna look for my earbuds. I'll be back in half a minute. It's been 30 seconds already. You're not back. I'm a little concerned. I'm sad. I have a timeline in C++ and I want to have an unfinished delegate on the calling function. I don't know how else to describe this to you, ChatGPT. Just listen to me. I even apologized. I said, sorry, robot person. You know? Set timeline finish function method. Your class instance. All right. Declare the delegate in your... Okay. F on timeline finished. F on timeline finished on timeline finish callback in your timeline setup function. Set timeline finish func on timeline finish callback. Define the function you want to call when the timeline finishes. You can then bind the delegate to the appropriate function when you create an instance of your class. Yeah, I know that, but I want it. I want this to be, and the most annoying part is I would love to see how they handle it their way in code, but you know, you can't just, you know, typically you double click this and you're like, yeah, let's look at it. Or you'd go here, where is it? Yeah. I need to figure out how they do this. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way, right? Like we want an on success, not just execute immediately after. On delegate. We know this calls afterwards. You know what I could do? Maybe I make a reference. No. Let's see here. How to make a timeline with an on success execute BP with an on success execute in C++. Yeah, I'm thinking of creating a game jam, but I want it to be like a team effort type of game jam. Right? I want it to be a game jam, and I want each team to be like a team of 3. Because I think it's important that people learn how to work together. I think that's like one of the more important skill sets you can develop. Like, you need to be able to share your ideas without getting too upset, or face critique without being too upset. You know? To create a timeline with an on-success event in C++, you can follow these steps. Declare a timeline component pointer as a member variable in your class header file. In the construction or initialization of your function or your class, create an instance of a uTimeline component. Set up the timeline properties and events. You can add keyframes and define the interpolation method as needed. Set up timeline. We have this with the float value on timeline finished. Bind the callback functions to the timeline events. Start timeline. Yeah, but that does not help me. This is aggravating my small brain. Let's look at this. Functions with timer and condition. How to create a function that has an unfinished execution line. UE5. With multiple what? Go to motionarray.com. With multiple execution pins. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted, chat. How to create blueprint node. Hey, first of all, I want you to talk to me straight. All right. With multiple input and output execution. Hey. Multiple inputs and outputs. Outpins is he? In Unreal, because it's a feature that I really like and nobody seemed to use it that much. So I like this guy. As usual, we're gonna start with the header file, but today it's completely empty because yo, Peppagen, that was like 3 minutes, bro. That wasn't half a minute. To be able to create blueprint functions with multiple, that wasn't half a minute, man. Execution pin, what do we have to do? Well, the first step is to create an enum, because we're gonna go through enums to create the input and output. Your baldness reflects so much light, all the darkness goes away to Pennsylvania. So in my case, I have input pins. I'm happy to keep. I am happy to keep Dracula at bay for you guys, okay? Sorry, Pennsylvania. I don't know why the darkness chose your specific area, but it did. I had no control of that. Sorry, I made food. Man. I can't believe you didn't, you know, I was sitting here for like 3 minutes. Safe started going insane. Then Al started talking about Arnold, Terminator, demon things. It was a dark place without you in here, man. It was a dark place. Freaking Pennsylvania. And then I have all the input pins that I want for my function. So I have the add one input pin, remove one, and do nothing input pins. So we're gonna have 3 execution pins for our functions, and they are going to have these names right here. The functions that we're gonna create today are going to be super simple. We're just going to either add 1 to an integer, remove 1 from an integer, or do nothing with an integer. Yeah, that's going to be super simple, because that's not the focus of the video. The video inputs, that function is going to have multiple Multiple execution, expand enum as executes, input pins.
Input pin. I'm also going to provide an integer because based on what we have in the enum right here, we want to
Okay.
an integer. So that's going to be the base.
What did you make to eat, dude?
Add or
you know I'm fat, bro. You gotta tell me these things.
Right here, and there's nothing special.
That's like,
just providing. And
I'm gonna let you know right now, chat. If you got a fat friend and you like say like, "Oh, I'm eating," like it's considered like bad principle to not tell us what you're eating, right? Because we want to eat and we're like, "Ooh."
enum to my function.
We think about those things, right? We just think about them forever. I wonder what he's eating.
My function is multiple input. I'm providing an int and an enum and as output.
Right? How rude.
As output, which is going to be the base int plus the.
Be mindful of your fat friend. Tell me what you're eating.
Function, though, there's nothing right here that tells Unreal that we want to convert this enum right here to execution pins. There's nothing in the enum. There's nothing in this function right here. What's going to convert this enum to an output pin is this little meta right here, the meta expand enum as execs. That's going to simply convert the enum to execution pins. And to specify which enum we want to convert to execution pin, we just have to provide the name of the variable provided in your function. So here in my function, my name is input pins. So I'm going to name it input pins right.
So what if I were to do this, right? Feel the fat, Luke. Feel it. Feel it coursing through your veins. The fat you feel. Just Magera yogurt. Yogurt's still bomb though, dude. You had the little granola in there, bro. We had Jamba over at Jamba Juice over at Disneyland, and over at Disneyland, we they had like this waffle yogurt, dude, where they cut up waffles and threw it in the yogurt with some granola and like blueberries, and it was good. It was delicious. It was delicious. You got what I'm getting at, dude. Is you gotta throw some waffles in there. You gotta fatten up the food a bit, okay? No added sugar and less fat. Come on, man. Granola. Have you ever had a granola bar? Granola. This is granola, dude. It's oats. Honey oats. They put oats. Some of it doesn't have honey. This stuff right here. It's oats, dude. Oats. It's got the oats with the drizzle, the honey drizzle. My nizzle. Yeah, it is good. Especially the waffles, man. That was where it was at. So he is telling me, start turning here, that I can have a thing here. And essentially, what's going to make this is, I don't know, category equals enemy or my AI enemy functions. Then we have meta equals expand. Oh. Bool is executes as x. So we can do a bool here. Is B, or yeah, we could just say B is turned, I guess. We can do a bool as well, but in here we gotta create a bool. If we go into here when we finish executing, execute. Yeah, rotation end, TL start. Oh, we could do it. But that would be whenever it's none. Whenever it's none. B is turning. Is there anything in regard to the turn? Let's just create a bool really quick. Let's create a bool, private. Bool. Bool B is turning. I'm trying to make sure this isn't a blockboard thing. That's what I meant with Crusley. Ooh, what's Crusley? Watered down tomato. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I don't know how I feel about watered down tomatoes. I like the cherry tomatoes, you know, the one you eat. The way Raleigh's eyes light up when imagining the delectable yogurt. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, man, it was good. For a split second, I felt like I had gone to an ethereal place of just bliss without time and space constantly rubbing against my face. I was met with the glory of this food's grace. I don't know. I'm just trying. Okay, at least I tried. That's all that matters, right? Maybe that's the new meme. We tried. Hashtag we tried. We tried. But apparently he's got a thing that says execute pins. So in here at the top where we should be having this issue, we got to say bull B is, or yeah. Do we say B is turned? That's interesting. So how does this coincide? Does it like turn on once we do the thing? Turned. How is this B is turned? Let's see what he does. Is it Python or a different coding program? This is JetBrains Riders. It's C++, and I'm currently working in Unreal Engine. So no, it's not Python. There is scripting in Unreal Engine with Python, but that's not what we're using right now. And I am familiar with Python. I know C#, C++, Python.
That's actually pretty similar to how we create a function with multiple output execution pins. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit right here, and then I'm going to show you the second function that we have, which is going to be the multiple outputs. Same thing, I'm going to provide an integer, and then I'm also going to provide any...
Okay, so I'm guessing we just have to say bool is turned. I don't know. B is turned. Let's see how he does it to execute it.
Because we want it to be at the end of the function, not at the beginning. So we don't want it to be an input, we want it to be an output. So we have to make it a reference.
I need to get like more bananas and stuff like that. Like a quick snack I can run down there and grab.
That's what we're going to do using the little meta once again. So expanding them as exec, providing it the name of my variable. In my case, it's going to be output pins this time. So output pins right here. And the meta is going to convert it to execution pin. And that's it. That's as simple as...
Roll. What's up, Chase? No! I blame Chase.
Manage money as a family with the Venmo team.
Joking. Everyone say, what's up, Chase? Thank you for joining the place. I'm trying to watch something cool and you're interrupting me, dude. Come on. Come on.
How to create blueprint node with...
Okay, so we declare the function, define the function. So... Oh, thank you so much, Watered Down Tomato, for subscribing to the channel. Much appreciated, man. Thank you for supporting the dream. Can you start Game Jam now? So here's the thing about the Game Jam. One, you're going to have to be a part of the Discord, right? So if you haven't joined the Discord, please do so. Link in the description of this video. On Twitter is going to be the top pinned tweet. Twitch, social section. I want to start promoting a Game Jam. Yeah, I do. But the thing is I want it to be team-based. So 2 to 3 people. So we could start advertising for it now. But I'd like to get at least 2 to 3 teams for us to even consider starting. Right? What's up, Chase, for joining the place? Yeah. Yeah. what's the theme of it? We'll come up with a theme when the time comes. But yeah, we need teams of 2 to 3, and we need at least 2 to 3 teams to start. That's what we need. So I guess we'll start talking about it a little bit more and then go from there. I think we've gotten to a comfortable place in the stream where we can start doing these things. What's the theme of it? Horror. I won't be specific about a genre, right? I will just have a theme. So horror's genre, theme could be anything. The theme could be mechanical, right? Ultimate Chase of Lee, yes. When do you catch Chase Lee?
Which is just a normal.
I wish I could join, but I'm not experienced enough. See, that's the point, Peppagen, is it's all about getting that experience. That's what a game jam's for. There's no pressure to be the best of the best, right? We all start from somewhere. There'll be no limit to what game engine we are using, although I'll give you plus points if you're using Unreal Engine. I'm joking. But yeah, you're all skill levels invited. The whole point is to garnish those skills. The reason why I want to do a team game jam is it's because it's important to learn how to work in a team, man. Like, as game developers in the industry, that's what you do. You work as a team. You don't work by yourself. I mean, you get those small, like, indie solo dev teams where that happens, right? Because some people, that's just their thing. But if you're looking to get into the industry, you're looking to get experience, it's important to work in a team and gain that experience and learn how to communicate your ideas in a way that's friendly and fashionable. And it's also important to learn how to take critiques on your work. So yeah, that is why it's going to be team-based. And there we go, Chase Lee. The 6 millionth time he subscribed to the channel. PowerPoint gets 2 times the points, maybe.
Enum. We don't have anything special to do with that one. It's just a basic enum.
So essentially he sets the enum in here, and that is what calls it. But let's see what happens. In these cases, he minuses and all that, tests, so he's testing. On button clicked, multiple inputs and outputs. He has add one, remove one, do nothing. So depending on where you go in here, that's how it'll work. But the issue at hand is I don't want to have an internal pin. I want it to be external. Output pin is even, is odd. So let's see where he has multiple input pins, multiple outputs. So let's see how he defines. So he has multiple inputs, multiple outputs. For outputs, he just has output for multiple inputs and outputs. So he has expand enum as output pins, input pins. He has both. He adds 2. But how does he get it? Oh, so he uses the and. He uses the and in it. So when he creates it, start turning, he does a reference. Should I ask the Discord if anyone is interested? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Alan, you can invite your community as well, Al. Like, if you guys have communities, let your communities know, right? You don't need to be a Christian to be a part of this, but I do ask that you respect the people who create something that's Christian inspired. Yeah. What community? You got a community, man. I've seen your Discord, bro. It's at the tippity top of mine. What are you talking about? What you talking about, bro? I know Chase Lee's got a community. Look at this dude. Yeah. I got so many people in my Discord. Call me Chase. right? Share with your communities. I know some people that might join. Yeah, man. Yeah. Bull. So this is going to give this reference here is going to create an output. So now we have to be like B is turn. I think it's important to have this correct, right? But the issue is when we do that, right, we start turning. When does B is turn get turned? Right? We could say that I don't know, man. Let's see. Maybe we call back to start turning when we finished. Hmm? Hmm? Maybe we call that function again when the rotation is ended. And that's how we circle it around. Turning, right? F vector 0 0, and then we have B is turned. True. First of all, I kind of want to see before we do all this what this is going to do to that particular thing. For the game jam, if any engine is fine, then you got to make it so Unreal only works with Unreal, and same with Unity or Godot or PowerPoint. What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, you could use whatever you want. Like the people in there are going to choose, you're all going to choose engine, right? If you have two people, like try to split up the work. Have somebody working on the programming, someone working on the art, yada yada, so on and so forth. Right? I think teams of 4 is the max we'll go. I want to say 3. What do you think? What's the highest we should go for teams? 3? 3 members in a group? 3 or 4? What is your guys' opinion? Start turning. Let's go. Let's go. But we would have to call this every update. Right? We'd have to call it every update. 4 max if we get a lot of people, but 2 or 3 should be fine, yeah. 2 for the minimum, 4 for max. Yeah. We're going to start talking about it. So if you haven't, join the Discord. Start turning. So on true, we do this. On false, we do this. Let's print string. Hello. Print string. We'll just do like true, false. And I don't know why this is still working. Right? But let's try this really quick. Finish execute. Finish execute. How they get that little time symbol? That's what we need to figure out.
Receive as input, which is just a normal enum. We don't have anything special to do with that one. It's just a basic enum. Based on that enum, we're gonna either add one to the int, so my int plus plus output is even.
Okay, so we get that, but let's see this guy. I'm actually going to subscribe to this dude.
You can use motion array to improve your videos fast. For example, you can create a
Yeah, we'll have a separate channel for game jams. We might actually have it in the community. Game jam. Boom. Collaborate. So in here, I'll put like a new post for the stuff, and then when people are finished, we can go from there. A new first theme game jam. All right, we'll set that up later. Delay.
Create latent action blueprint nodes with C++ in Unreal because even though it didn't want to cancel it, well, you can. Then it also comes with a description of a graph. You can pull the data
Includes
to make sure that it's already in there, and it should already be in there. Like mine, it's already in there. It's a default module. Perfect. Let's jump back in the header file, and now we're gonna scroll down all the way here. So here we have our blueprint function library that we're going to use to define our latent function. And then we have our little object right here, which is the child of f pending latent action. That's the parent class of all the latent action in the engine. And obviously,
okay.
if we want to create a latent action, we have to make a child of that class. And that's what I'm doing right here. F latent to count seconds. That's going to be my action. I'm going to keep it super simple. What I want to do with this action is simply count the seconds with a little interval in between the updates of the timer. So for example, if I want to count from 0 to 5, I'm going to count from 0 to 5. And I want my timer to be updated every second.
Should they get a game jam roll? Yeah.
2, 3.
You can make that roll if you want.
One every second, and then if you wanted to have an interval of 0.5
and make us
1.5, 1.5, 3, 3.5, etc. So that's what I want.
What do you think, Peppagen? Should we make like a whole separate channel for it, or do we think we should use the community?
Exact same requirements. But for today, we're gonna focus on this one right here, the F latent.
Yeah, we'll probably make another channel.
10 seconds, I'm gonna create a new blueprint function right here, and I want my blueprint function to have multiple input and output execution pin. And the way we're gonna do that is obviously by using enums. So I have two enums right here. The first one is for my input pins. I want to be able to start my function. I want to be able to increment the current number that is inside my function, and also to be able to cancel my function. So I'm going to start my timer. If I want to manually increment the timer, I can. And if I want to cancel the timer, I also can. Perfect. And as output, which is the second enum that I have right here, I want to be able to receive more information about the current process. So I want to be notified when the timer started. This is a little bit to compensate the lack of a default output execution pin. If I want to be able to execute the rest of my code from somewhere, it's going to be from the on-started pin when the timer starts. Then I also want to be updated when the timer is updated. So unupdated, uncancelled, and also uncompleted. So that way I'll be able to execute different part of my blueprint depending if the timer started, updated, cancelled, or completed. Here we go. So these are the two enums we're going to use inside our little function we're going to create, and it is this one right here. Oh, wait, it's a little bit too big. I'm going to scroll down. Hello.
That's to display inheritance and the double colon. That's to essentially get a specific class within that. Right?
And here we go. This is the function we're going to create today. And
it's just how you're using them.
A lot of things in there. And
from what I know, I could be wrong.
It's supposed to be on 4 lines. It's just because I didn't have enough room on my screen.
Expand enum executes, input, output pins, and output pins. Oh, I understand, yeah.
This U function is supposed to be on 1 line, and same thing for this function right here. But right now, you can see everything in one screen, and that's all.
So you'll see, like, for an instance, where did I set it? When I was originally doing this, when I was creating this little function here, I typed in f vector. So f vector is a class, right? And if you want to get any functions from that class, I mean, it's not going to work like this unless you have a variable. where you can point, or a reference where you can point to things. But essentially, if you do the double colon, you can access the functions specific to this class. For instance, 0, which if you look at it, will return this vector 0, 0. So just a quick way to write that.
But it still looks a little bit complicated, even though actually it's not that complicated. There's just a lot of metas in the U function right here. So in my U function, it's going to be blueprint callable as usual. It's going to have a category as usual. There's nothing fancy in there, but then there's a lot of metas, a lot of metas, and I'm gonna tell you what they are doing. The first one, the world context, is just to assign this object right here to the world context property. I'm just telling the world context property to be linked to the variable named world context, and that's going to be my U object right here. We're gonna use that.
This sounds a lot more complicated than I really want it to be.
And we're gonna need to trigger our latent action. Then I want my function to be a latent function, and to do that we need to provide the latent method right there. That's it, it's done. And we also need to provide the latent info, and that's what I'm doing right here. I'm just assigning my variable latent info to this property right here, which is also named the latent info. So I'm just linking them both together. And finally, the last meta is expand the enum as execs, and that's going to tell Unreal to create additional input and output execution pin based on those enums that we have right here. We have the input pins enum, that is my variable right here, and we have the output pins enum that I have right here. For the output pins, make sure
Okay.
it is a reference, otherwise it's not going to work. Output pins of a function needs to be a reference, so right here they are a reference. And then after this big macro, we have our actual function. So latent count second, it's going to be a static void as usual. We have the U object, which is the world context, the latent info that is required.
What kind of game are you making? So I'm making a mobile game. It's going to be a base building infinite platformer. So the idea is that you go into these worlds, you fight things, you collect resources, right? And then you go back to your base and you create your base. There's going to be obviously a lot more involved when it comes to all the intricacies of that, but that's the general idea. Christian inspired, so heavy Christian symbology. It looks like we don't have the some stuff working right now when it comes to attacking, but we'll get that figured out later. Right now, I'm more concerned about the AI. And that involves creating this latent pin.
To retrieve the blueprint node that needs to be executed once the latent action is complete.
Sounds cool, yeah. I think it's going to be fun to create. I just hope I can do it on mobile. So that's the biggest hurdle.
Finally, we have the real variables. So all the variables I want to provide to my actual action, so to the blueprint. It looks a little bit intimidating, but it's not that bad. Good. Okay, we created our function, and that function is going to create an object, and everything else is going to happen inside that object. This function is just going to be there to create the object. Everything else must happen inside this object right here. So we're going to scroll down and see what we need for that object. Well, we're not going to need much. We need to first create all the variables we're going to need to do the logic of the function. So in my case, I'm just going to recreate all the variables we provided to our blueprint function. So we have the timer interval, the timer final time, and timer current time, the success, and info message. All those variables are the one we added as input and output of our blueprint node.
So what game are you working on? A game, Watered Down Tomato?
If your blueprint node adds some references, so for
what type of game are you making, if so, and what engine are you using?
Are also references right here. Otherwise, modifying those are not going to modify the blueprint node. You have to use the same reference all the way from the beginning to the end to be able to modify that reference, obviously. So these are all the variables provided from the blueprint node. Then there's another category of variables, which are actually just the variables that I'm gonna need to execute the logic of my action. So I'm gonna need the timer current time interval to calculate my current interval. I want to also know if it's the first call of the function to be able to trigger the unstarted event. And finally, I also have a boolean that we can toggle to true if we want to cancel the action. Because we cannot directly cancel the action, we have to set a flag somewhere that says, hey, I want to cancel my action, and then on the next frame, the action can cancel itself. We cannot cancel it from the outside. Okay, so these are all the variables I'm gonna need.
So I'm probably going to have to make something like this.
Then we have the real variables, the ones that are required. And to create a latent action, what do you need? Well, you need first the latent action info to be able to update the blueprint node once the action is completed, obviously. And you also need, if you want your output to have multiple
For like positioning, I think the AI movement is already good, but the rotation isn't that great.
In my case, I want to have multiple execution pin. I want to have the unstarted, completed, fail, updated. So I have to create myself this little variable right here, which is pretty much the same as the ones at the top. It's just a reference to another variable that is on my blueprint node. And actually, that's it. These are all the variables we're going to need to create our action today. And to set those variables more easily, I'm going to use the constructor. So I'm going to scroll down.
How can I code with being so zoomed out? I don't know. In the editor? Because my eyes can see. Yeah, this is zoomed pretty far out, isn't it? Is that better for you guys? What about there? I think that's better for all of you.
And they are all the same as the variables that we have at the top. So
this isn't me coding at the moment. This is me watching a video on this guy coding. So he has a constructor now where he creates all this information.
Out current time, out success.
My eyes!
Them to set all those variables that we
Are you blinded by the light? Maybe go turn on some lights in your room, man.
going to easily be set.
Blinded by the light.
All the variables
that noon get a rolling night.
This already has a value in there, so I want to
Sick.
override those values to make sure that they are not polluted with random data in them. So my output as default, I'm going to set it to unstarted.
And that looks a lot better. I feel like there's too much noise. Too much noise in the texture. Sorry, I'm looking at another logo variation. Ooh. Yes, but it's very simple. I'm using Python, and it's sort of table tennis game. You got to hit the ball back to the AI to do that for as long as possible. I'm quite new to coding. Hey, man, I'll tell you this right now. That's funny because my first game I ever created or really worked on was a game I called Paddle Brick. And it was very much like those old school games where you're hitting the bricks and breaking them. And I'll tell you this much, coding collisions, not fun. So, you're going to learn a lot from that. You're going to learn a lot from that. There's a lot of things you got to get from collisions to carry out momentum. Most people just put like a physics material or something on it to get that. But when I was using Unity a long time ago, the bouncing that I had wasn't particularly the way I wanted it, so I actually had to go in and set it myself. Scratch editor for Game Jam? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. But I'll be real with you. I think it's either one of the three. Unreal, Unity, or Godot.
And my information is just going to be empty. Here we go. That's it. All the reference variables are going to be reset properly. Perfect. Okay. We have our action. It has a bunch of variables in there. Now it's time to call the logic. And the way we're going to do that is first by scrolling down a little bit more. And we have to do it inside the...
I'm not starting the game jam today, but we're talking about it so we can kind of start spreading information about it.
Void update operation, we provide a latent response, and that's it. But actually, before we jump in the CPP, there's another thing you can override in the parent, and it is the get description function, and that's one of my favorite features. That function is only available when you are in the editor. So here I'm just going to wrap it inside a with editor macro right here. So if with editor and if at the bottom right here. So everything in there is going to be compiled only when you are in the editor, and the function is a virtual f string get description const override. So we're overriding a function in the parent once again, and that function is simply going to give you the possibility to write some text above the blueprint node while the action is running. And that's probably something you've already seen before. For example, the delay node, when you debug it in the editor, you can see how much time is left on the timer before executing the next piece of code. And that's exactly the same thing we're going to do right here. I'm just going to display a little piece of text that says the current time of my timer and the final time of my timer. That way I'll be able to
PowerPoint.
know when the timer is about to be completed. Perfect. Okay, we wrote 150 lines and actually we're done with the header file. Yes, now we can finally jump in the CPP. So in the update operation, the latent count second is simply going to create the object and everything else is going to happen inside the update. So the counting of the seconds is really going to happen right here. This is really just to start the latent action. But before we start coding those two functions, I'm just going to add a little include right here at the top, which is going to be the latent action manager to be able to register the new action we're going to create. And that's it. That's the only include we're going to need. And it is inside the engine module, which you already validated that is inside the build.cs file. So we're done with the include. Now for the function, the latent count second, what's the first thing we have to do? Well, we have to retrieve the world to be able to retrieve the latent action manager. So here I'm just going to ask my G engine to get the world context from object. The object is going to be the world context object we receive as input. And if that object is not valid, I'm going to return a null. And that function is going to set the world variable inside my little variable right here.
So I don't know. I think my favorite, when it comes to the animations, it's always about just getting for me, the base right. A lot of my stuff is all whip. They could all use a lot of improvement. So take this with a grain of salt, but it's just getting those essential frames right and then building the in-betweens. But that's obvious stuff for you. But why do you think it's difficult?
Then I'm going to take the world context of the editor. So geditor, get editor world context, get world. That's going to give me the world currently open in the editor. And that's going to be good enough for our need because we only want the world to retrieve the latent action manager. So any world will work as long as the world is valid, obviously. But that also means that if the world is not valid, I cannot continue with my logic. I have to return right here. So if the world is equal to null, here I'm just going to set the state of my function. So it was not a success, so it was false, and I have a little bit more information about my action. I was not able to create my action because the world is not valid. And actually, on top of that, I'm also going to print an error message because the main problem of the latent action, in my opinion, is that they are not going to execute any other execution pin from here. This function really just receives the blueprint flow and is not able to trigger any output execution pin. The output execution pin must be triggered inside the update operation function, not inside the blueprint functions that create the latent action. It has to be triggered from the update operation function. And in our case, we don't have access to the update operation function because the object doesn't exist yet. We cannot create.
It's always leg back, arm forward. So if your legs forward on that side, the arm's back, I think. Yeah. It actually,
don't have access to the world,
you know,
and that means that, well, we cannot trigger another.
Let me actually, now I gotta see. Darn it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's annoying. And that's why I'm taking the time to write an error message because I want my user to know that the action failed and I was not able to create the latent action, which also means that I'm not able to continue executing the blueprint flow. It's going to stop right here. So here I'm just going to return
You need to
a bit more information to my user.
Breakdance.
There's nothing else I can do from here.
Send us a video in the Discord, Peppigen.
If the world exists, then there's no problem. We can get the latent action manager from the world. So world.
Yeah, man. Thank you for stopping by.
And from there we have access.
I hope everything goes well.
It's already running in the world.
And I'll see you next time, man.
Here we can access the existing action from the latent action manager if it's still running. So if you started a delay and the delay is not over, well, it's going to still exist and you can retrieve it. But if the delay is completed, then the delay doesn't exist anymore. It's completed. So the existing action that I have right here is going to be null, obviously. So latent action manager, find existing action. The class of the action we're going to look for is the class of our action. And then we also have to provide the latent info to that function. The latent info is simply updated.
This is crazy. It's a 34-minute video, man.
Inside this little node right.
Yeah. I mean, we get the timer here, so this is something we're gonna watch later. Chase, thank you for all the subscribes. My guy keeps subscribing 24/7. He never stops. I think we get back to doing some like work though. I'm gonna have to save this to watch later. That's gonna be something I do off stream, because it looks like that's very particular. A very particular thing. Now we're playing bedtime songs. But yeah, he turns and then he moves. So we need to figure out why it's not because of the delay. We're gonna have to get rid of this too. Start turning. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And this. But at least we have like an idea of how this works now, using this meta here. Right? The, what is this? Expand bool as execute. Let's copy that. Do this. Expand as execute. Unreal exposure. It's underrated exposure. What, Scratch? Scratch is for scratchers, dude. People are like, nah. For now, we'll do this, and we'll keep it simple. For now, we're gonna obviously add something with some execution pins, but that's gonna take a lot of groundwork to do, as you could see from the video. And it's already 11:30, so I'm gonna try to get something done. But even moving to the player is gonna take somewhat of a. But what I can do, instead of checking this turn montage, I could see B is turned. Or I can actually get the blackboard. Get blackboard. Get value as bool. Make literal name. And I believe in here, once this occurs, actually, we can say this: get current state, get current enemy state. Boom. Does not equal. If it does not equal turning, you should be grateful. I freed you from the basement, dude. Hey man, he's got a pretty good PC, alright? It's not like he's suffering, okay? If this does not equal turning, that means it could be anything. And it's like, I don't want it, I just want it to be... Maybe if we have it equal to none. Equal. Let's do none. None. If it's true, then we do this. If it's false, then we do this. Right? But we'll have to... That's gonna drive me insane. Ooh, I like this song. What is this song? Hey! Now we know what we're going to play in the future. We know where we're playing next, boys. That's sick. What the heck, dude? I didn't even know this game exists, but it looks cool. This is where it's at, dude. I mean, come on. I'll have to like look into it a little bit more. Possibly make this switch logic depend on a bool. Right now we have that. And we have the delay, but I don't think we're gonna need the delay. We're just gonna make sure that we equal this. If not, or if false, then we, you know, do that. So it looks like he only does this if... Oh. Let's see if it works again. Let's see if he mobs up. Let's actually turn that delay to 0 and see if he'll do it now. Let's see what he does now. Let's do acceptance radius of 1. I'm trying to see what it is that why he's not running. Nah, I'm coming out with you. Hold up, hello. So, it does. If you're like if you're close enough to him, he'll do it. But if you're like this, he won't. Crazy. Looks like that might be something that's occurred because of this. Hold up. Print to log. Let's just print to log. Well, we know it works, so we don't need to do that. I'm going to look at the behavior tree here on the right side. I can't really look at it. But I think what happens is he'll move. It'll finish executing, and then he'll wait. But if I move, then what'll happen... Okay. So what we need to do is what's going on is we're only getting a sense location when he's moving. So once we're in the vision, or I guess you could say if we're in vision, what we need to do is not only set this guy in vision, but also maybe set the location. Is that on the actor? That should be the player reference. So the goal should be the actor. But that only updates when he sees him. And when he sees him, he should go to him. Use pathfinding, use continuous goal tracking. That's interesting. Project goal on navigation. Let's promote that to a variable. Quick, you got 30 seconds to decide. Safe doesn't make it. I'll take your brush. Safe, you need to be nice, man. I'm breaking the door so you can escape, Paul. What am I escaping from? From you? Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So, one, I think we need to execute on... Sorry, guys. There's going to be a lot of trial and error going on here. I'm still getting familiar with how all this works. And since it's all logical, right? Since it's all logical, right? We should move to the player, but we don't. You've noticed on the screen, he'll rotate around. And unless I move, he won't move. So I have to report the reference. I have to report it. Stop on overlap. Let's make this that. And then on here, we should be able to say use continuous goal tracking. Let's see if that has anything to do with it. Yeah, we don't want to execute here. We want to be unsuccessful. In the case that we are not there, we'll make it unsuccessful. Move to location or actor on request failed. So I think what we need to do, or actually what we should do, is add like a print statement here to see if we're failing, because that could be it. It could be that the task is failing and that we're not getting anything from it. Failed. Finished. You guys stop fighting, dude. This is a place of peace. Okay. So he's been heard. He turns around. He sees him. Right? He's obviously seeing him. But I think what is going on at the moment is that we might have to update the character's location. But this only happens when we're in the vision. So it'll see the vision, it'll set the player, where is it? Can player ref. Maybe the reference sensed actor is not being created correctly. I mean, it is the actor, we get that. KN player ref, which is player ref, and in the blackboard, that's what it is. Instant synced, entry name. Lee wanted to escape. I'm unconscious, but I am conscious. I am conscious. See, I have self as pawn and then self as actor. What am I doing? Player object. Player object. Why isn't it updating? Let's check this out. See, now he's like, oh, he's following him. It's continuous. Also, this is getting kind of annoying. So let's get the player really quick. I need to set something on him. Char Hero Judah. Let's constrain. Planar movement, planar constraint, constrain to plane, snap to plane at start. Yeah. Lock movement in the Y and X. So we shouldn't be able to. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to... We have the enemy character. Where's my main character? In here, we need to go to the movement. Yeah, look, this is the big old setup we've done here. I've had to remake Judah so many times that it got to the point where I was like, I'm just setting this up every time because it's such a pain in the butt, man. It is such a pain in the butt. Because I almost never remember how everything was perfectly set, how I liked it. So, anytime I make a change on him that I'm like, yeah, I think this movement will carry to another character, that's what we set it to. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to say, what? Get character movement planar equals true. Well, actually, we probably want to, what was it? Constrained to plane. Get character movement. Constrain to plane equals true. We'll do that, and then we'll get character movement, and then... What is the other one? Plane constrain axes settings. Plane constrain axes. New axes E plane constrain. Boom. So now everyone will be constrained to that plane. Slaps Lee with brush, making his face red. Raw, I'm sorry. Time him out. Time him out. There we go. Make a game jam roll too, guys. Make a game jam roll as well. If you haven't already. But yeah, that should all be set now. We still got to fix that. But let's get back to the AI. By the way, guys, if you like the stream, Oh. Shmee, 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 shmee. It's interesting. It really is, because he's acting so weird. Like beforehand, before I migrated, it was worked. I mean, to add it to self roles. Okay. But stop on overlap. That's interesting. Not really. Sorry, I say that a lot. It's like my go-to. Interesting. Interesting. That's interesting. Interval. Tick interval. Why is it at a -1? That makes no sense. I need to see. It doesn't look like this is calling every single frame that I'm in vision. Yeah. Let's see. It's definitely not being called. On target perception updates. And now he's not attacking on finished. On move finished. I mean, at least it's doing that now, but it's not finishing. Owner controller. Animation instance. We don't need the animation instance anymore. We can just go ahead and do that. Check this because that's a component. Player ref. Let's see what happens when we have that. I think it works better. The only issue is that he'll go, so we have to constantly update this, right? So in here, in the perception of the enemy, we need to set location. Where is it? Stimulus location. Let's set it. Stimulus location, last heard location. You think, because this is all being set already, that I wouldn't have to do this again. That it would just automatically happen. It's like I have to check to see. I think maybe there's an issue. Maybe I just need to default. Navigable end. Because the issue now is that he'll rotate and he'll chase, but if I move, he'll stop, he'll attack. I mean, he's turning and rotating now perfectly. Let's actually get rid of this reported stuff on here. We don't need that. That's actually getting annoying. No, you cannot sell Judah on the black market. Sure. acceptance radius. I guess I should see if we want this here, and then we want the owning or controlled pawn or location. Let's check this out. Bacon Harbor Lava, Barcelona. If this is less than, I don't know, I don't think this is going to work. We're gonna get all this and then ask, essentially have a branch here. It says if this is this, if true, then continue all this. If false, then execute. Without or actually it's less than. If this is less than, then we'll do that. You're making loading screens? Dope. It's like he moves afterwards. And he'll just keep swiping. Finished, finished. It's like he sits there. Isn't that weird? Then he finished. It's like it knows it's got to move, but it's not moving. That's the frustrating part. It knows. Like, yo. If it's an actor, he'll follow him forever, right? Like he's my little buddy. Oh, now he attacks. So he'll attack because essentially he's got to the point at that point. But he hasn't quite made the acceptance area. What is my acceptance set to? 50? Let's try 100. Acceptance radius. You have to be at least in this radius for it to be. I mean, he stands right there. but it doesn't reoccur. This should be setting itself regardless. It should be setting the stimulus location. So maybe instead of that, I use the stimulus location. I should just be able to use a player reference and do that. I don't know how to spell stimulus location. Get value as vector. Good boy, Chase Lee. Chase Lee's looking good. Yeah, he's gonna look a lot better here soon. Sorry this is taking forever, guys. But I want it to be as perfect as it can be, or at least acceptable, right? The movement delay is 0, so it should just go. It should just go. Let's try something really quick. Let's just get rid of the bull for him to wait till turn. Yeah, he'll go. He will go. He will go. So let's actually set up the... I mean, that's already public, so let's just go in here. Stim location, last heard location. It's funny that that location doesn't work. And it's because, we weren't even using it. He's finished constantly. He's like, yeah, I'm at the spot, bro. I'm at the spot, bro. No biggie. Huh. So that's not working. That's not helping at all. It's not helping at all. And I wonder why that's not working at all. I should be updating. I mean, I was. If we look at... Gosh, why can't I think right now? I'm getting tired. Is in line of sight is true. which means as we do that, we get the sensed actor is heard, is turned. Yeah, we do. We like to make it complicated. One of your magic leaks together? Oh, hey. Here at the channel, we like to overcomplicate things. You just make that into a soundboard. We should be getting a stimulus sense every time we see someone, right? Like every time we look at someone, that should be a stimulus, but it's not. You know what it is I bet you it's this. Let's look at the enemy controller going here. I think it's because that dominant sense should be set to one of the senses configured in sense configured or none. Maybe that's the issue. We didn't set it to the highest priority or the dominant sense. Well, now it's because we don't have. We have this, that's set to nothing. So let's just do that. It's interesting because it's like it's not. I want to say it has to do with like all these things. I want to essentially reset this all. I'm telling you, I think this is a bug, dude. This has worked perfectly fine in 5.3. He like looks at him and doesn't do anything. Let's try setting it back, set back this from that to -1. Sometimes he's like, yeah. And then if I move, then he'll go again. It's like we get called when the sense is in line of sight. We get called, boom, we come into here. Then he wants to go. But it's clear we should be using the location because if we set it to this, he'll just follow us forever. But that should be like once he gets to that goal. Ugh, I don't want to use the move too because that. Get value as object. Whatever. Oh, the pawn would be the controlled pawn. And the target actor would be the target actor. Acceptance radius of 5. Stop on overlap. Still not working. What is going on? Every time he sees him, you'll notice that it updates constantly, or else it wouldn't track him as much. For instance, if we come in here and we go, right? We turn this on and off until we see that. You'll see that sight is always on. And its age is 0, which indicates that, you know, he sees me. But when he sees me, he doesn't automatically turn, which is fine. Oh, guess who's back? Peppish. I'm not looking at Matt Asplund again, okay? Matt Asplund goes through the same struggles I do, except he doesn't show that part. He just shows the part where he's got it figured out, okay? All due respect to Matt Asplund, but I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to be my own Matt Asplund. I mean, that works. I'm like running, hits, but then it'll stop. He sees me. Come towards me. Watch if I move. Why won't he come towards me? Now he comes towards me. It's not equal turning. Then go. If it's not equal turn, then we'll do this. If it does, then it doesn't. There we go. Why does he do that? It has to do something with his sights being set. That's what I'm thinking. It's the logic. If we're in vision and we hear sound, we ignore it. If it's sound and enemy is in vision, then we say all of this, right? We set it to false, but we don't update. Maybe we need to update the vision here. is turned. We turn off is turned. I don't know why we don't look for that anymore. Like, he'll hear them. We'll still be in vision. Right? That's why I'm like, yeah, there's no point in changing it here. Your blueprint looks clean here. Thank you. I try to make them a little bit cleaner. You should have seen some of the other spaghetti code I had. Can't say if you are personage is bigger and he sees active run right else. If Y is lower and he sees run left else do nothing. Yeah, that's why I am trying to currently debug this. Originally it worked fine. Right? Originally it worked fine. That's because every time you were in a sense, it would tick. It would update it. But now it's not at all. It's not ticking at all. I'm in a site. If I move a little bit, I gotta do this to set it back. It has to do with the move to function. So it has nothing to do with this. This is trying to put me to sleep. This is trying to put me to sleep. So this should play, go here. But it gets stuck here. I might have to make my own function, man. This is ridiculous. It's basically because the sense is not updating every frame. Vision is not updating every tick. UE5. Maybe I need to do something with the perception of the character. Let's look. Let's go to the controller, perception, auto success range. Point of view. So we set it near clipping distance. Post by awareness and peripheral vision. Point of view backward offset. Point of view move back distance for cone calculation. There's a close by awareness and peripheral vision. If not an invalid range, which is the default, we will always be able to see the target that has already been seen if they're within the range of their last seen location. Well, we changed it to have an age. So what I'm thinking is that's why it's not working. Okay. So that's what it was. That needs to be set to like 0. And then he'll always do this. Now if we create a acceptable distance. So that's what it was. Acceptable radius. Let's do 50. for now. No! Why didn't you work? Oh my god. I mean, it's constantly firing now. Boom, boom, boom. See? Constantly firing. Now it has to do with the location. Am I using the location? Now I'm using the goal actor. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably the acceptance range. Let's move that back to 1 and see what happens. And then he'll move. Once I move, then he'll move. Like, what? Like the white spots on your enemy. This is ridiculous, man. This worked perfectly fine in 5.3. There was no issues. Use continuous goal tracking. No, turn that off. Movement delay, there is none. Stop on overlap, yes. The issue... Where am I debugging this at? What the heck is this little sign here? Oh, these are the patrol points. Man, this is frustrating. Let's do 50. Maybe we need a movement delay for it to be like, yeah, now we'll move. Works fine. On move finish. So like it's going, but he's not going. It's like, yo, now we play this and we're finished. Which means there's got to be an issue with getting the player reference. Let's see, am I setting this, turning this off anywhere? In the controller. Sensed actor, self, KN, player reference. Which is the player reference, player ref. We turn this on every frame to update it. And then we use the blackboard. Get blackboard. Player reference, object, key type, player reference, entry, category. I mean, we could see that this is the player reference in the blackboard, clear as day. So it's updating, but he's not actually moving to that point. Move to player. Maybe I need both. Maybe that's why. It's like, yo, you need both, bro. I was heard. He turns around. Let's I don't want to destroy my ears, but just for print envision. I guess we don't need that. We just have the log here. Envision. See, this is, it's calling every frame. Envision, 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 envision. Right? That means it's updating every single time this is being sensed. But he's not moving anywhere. Why is it that he's not moving? It's like, now I gotta set, do I need to make my own movement thing? No, no emoji, man. No emoji. I don't want to be an emoji. I'm already one. I'm already an emoji. Check it out. See? Nice. We have 3 people. Three. We need at least 4. I mean, it's calling every frame. It should, like, which in turn means this is calling every frame, which is probably not healthy for the system to be doing that, or setting those things every frame. But I don't know why this isn't moving, dude. Look. Boom. Moved. Unmoved. Or move to location or actor doesn't work. No worries, I'm here once every 10-ish hours. Back the way they were before. The launching is coming from the physics. Impulse character movement send when hitting a physical simulated. Character movements. Let's see. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Where is he? Where is he? Who's thinking about me? Who's thinking about me? Let's go to the enemies. Enable physics. Base movement, ignore physics base. Touch force scale to match. Enable physics. I did it, Paul. You're an emoji, man. Dude. Oh, so you just didn't put the hair on this time, you jerk? Well, do you think that's me now? Oh, I didn't put the hair. Bald. Chase, time him out again. Time him out, dude. 10 minutes is time, bro. Yeah, didn't have it. Oh, because you're bald. That's the difference. You got to put me in the tank top, bro, if you want it to be the thing. You know, I'm going to get rid of this. How about that? How about that? Huh? How about that? Huh? I mean, it works now, but it doesn't work the initial time. It's like, oh, it doesn't want to work. It worked there. Why did it work there? Why does it work sometimes and then other times it just doesn't work? It's like it's because of how close I am or what? Let's see. Boom. Max FPS. FPS. Now it works great. Yeah, what is this? No, it doesn't work. It's a stare down. I mean, he's there. He's like, yeah, let's do this. Graphs. And event graphs. AI move to location. Let's see the next one. We need more people for Game Jam. Do it. Retry. No more. Hey, a nerd. A Nurag. Welcome to the stream. North Paul Studio. Hey, North Paul. You're watching from Africa? That's cool. How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. The game is a base building infinite platformer. So the idea is that, you know, you have your base and then you explore these worlds. You beat up enemies. Get the loot. Get the resources. Come back. Upgrade your base. And it's for mobile. Hey, Safe. Bro, I'm tired of you putting the same emoji in chat. I'm going to time you out. You are timed out. You can just chat. That's what I'm saying. He's put that same emoji man 5 million times. We don't need him 5 million times, bro. Look, that, and then he was going to restart it because he was like, oh, I forgot to not put the hair. Answer my question? Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Which question? The one about my game? Yeah, I thought I answered it. But it's a mobile game. It's a base building, infinite platformer game where you collect resources in the platform world, and then you go to a base building world where you build your base. I could have sworn I asked. Or I answered, at least. Could have sworn it. An AI controller, let's... Move to location or actor doesn't work all the time. Let's look at the nav mesh. John Ray, hey, welcome to the stream, man. Which is, if there's enough people, then we could spread out the gaming overall. So if one person makes one game type, and someone comes along and builds another game that complements that, the overall theme, yeah. Where are you from, buddy? I am from California, USA. I'm from Cali, where the Christian spirits shall soon rally. Okay, thanks, buddy. Yeah, no problem, man. We got bars all day. But these bars don't have alcohol in them. Oh, you're from India. That's sick. How's it out there? You having a good day so far? I have a couple viewers in here who hang out who are from India. All fabulous people, by the way. I'm gonna pull these down. I'm like trying to feed whatever I can into this thing because it's just not working all the time. See, now he'll work. If I move, he'll move. Sometimes he'll do it perfectly too. And other times he won't. Right? Maybe it doesn't have to do with this state. I know that. It doesn't have to do with the state. Madhya Pradesh. BTech IT. Okay. Oh, you're a college student. Okay. That's sick. You're studying IT. That's fun. There needs to be something that I can do to solve my problem. We didn't execute successfully. Come on. I do want to get him a little bit further back, so let's just go to the graph, click here, and do 100. Leave it at that. I'm gonna cry, to be completely frank with you guys. That's in the middle of India, okay. I think maybe 75 might be good. Yeah, we'll do 75. That's what my instincts are telling me. 75. Boo. 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 Now he wants to come. He's like, yes. Let's, I mean, I should have fixed it with the does not equal thing. Does not equal turning. So if we're not turning, we can do this. We can move. That's in the middle of India, huh? Okay, bye. Yeah, you have a good one, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro. Thank you for tuning in and interacting. We'll see you next time. There's got to be something that I'm doing wrong here, dude. There's no way. There's no way that none of this is working whatsoever. No way that it does not work. I'm losing my mind right now. Why don't you do the thing, you stinky, stinky, stinky? I mean, he does that, but like, where is the nav mesh? Nav mesh bounds. Where is the nav mesh? How do you build the nav mesh again? Simulate nav mesh. Now you're making an emoji, man? No. No. Whether this is hollow. Brush shape. In place actors. There's got to be like a button. Was it B? How to see nav mesh bounds. Oh, you know what it is? Oh my gosh. I'm going to tell you right now. It's because I'm not in the nav mesh. Or in that detection box thing. I'm not in the detection box. Crazy. So where am I checking if I'm in vision for this? Where am I checking for that? I'm getting the skeletal mesh. If we true, we come here, we do all this. There's nothing in here that pertains, which is why I didn't think that mattered. Which means I can actually... We can actually begin to fix this now. I can't believe it took us that long to figure that out. I can't believe it took us that long to figure out. Pre-initialize. Let's look up. B is near player. Is near player. There's got to be something that I'm doing where I'm like, yo, if it's near player, add to the enemy list. That's fine. Oh. B, if my air controller or AI controller is in enemy vision, then run. And this, all this does is set the block speed. We're gonna have to change that to like a distance thing. Check if enemy is in list, anim instance, check, get game mode, set a player component, detection. On detection, overlap begin, B is near player, equals true. And other player is player ref. Knocked out, rotate to player, which is fine. We have this here, value equals that, but we actually don't need that anymore. Rotation end, set up turn time limit. Let's actually go in here. There's got to be something. Is in enemy vision. Yeah, I'm not doing anything in here that indicates to me I shouldn't be running towards them unless we're in that area of vision. How does one search? How does one search? Can I press Control F? Yeah, we can. Is near. Yeah, what is it? Turn to player. We have like turn to player right here, which we don't need all this anymore. From what I know. This does everything we need. Finish, stop movement, da-da-da. Move to player, owning character, conditions, get component, is valid, get current enemy state, get continuous goal traffic. It's got, the only thing I can see that's like, that's off is near player. Turn curve, attack montage, non-pursuit walk speed. That's such a simple but annoying bug, I know, dude. It's actually kind of unfathomable. Yeah. Watch. Let's just double check this, because I'm telling you right now, I don't see where that is. Right, he'll turn, I can walk. But once I enter here, then he'll come in. So why is that though? Where do I have something set up that's like, yo, don't do nothing? I don't have anything in here that's like, yeah, if you're near player and player is there a near player? Stimulus? Turn? Let's go into here. Wait. Yeah. Enemy attack. Do I do anything with near? No, I don't in here either. Let's get rid of move to, turn to, enemy attack, enemy ba. What is, you don't, yeah, that's my biggest confusion. Like I don't have anything that's like, yo, at least it looks like it from my cast to enemy, get current, enemy state, this, and there's nothing in here that's like, yo, if you're near player, is near player. Maybe there's something in here in the event graph that I'm doing. Is near. Yeah, there's nothing that I see as enemy character. Oh, do that, do that. Do that, do that. Ugh. AI base. Possessed. We get the possessed pawn, right? We get all of this. There's nothing in here. We run the behavior tree. My behavior tree. Cancel. Yeah, run behavior tree. We don't have any issues with that. And it is weird. I'm telling you, I think it's like a bug, dude. There's some bug. There's like some type of information that carried over that it's still registering, I think. Unless it has to do with this. On results changed. Is in line of sight. Is knocked out. Is in line of sight. Ah, you know what it is? Let me see. Is in enemy vision. Is in line of sight. True here. Anything actor has tag. Is it sound? In enemy vision. I don't have anything that's like, yo, you can't be in enemy vision. Maybe it's in the code. B is near player. Near player. Is near. Set is near player. B is near player equals false. Alright. Begin player. Player. Add to enemy. AI controller is in vision. Right, I'm basing. Ah, so I'm not in vision if I'm not near the player. If oh really? Yeah. If I'm in vision, then run, else walk, and remove from enemy list. But I have to be in the vision to do that, so we're gonna have to remove that functionality for the targeting system. I can't believe I didn't notice that, dude. Can't believe it. Something so simple and dumb. Music goes hard, right? Like, don't you want to go to bed to some good sleeping music, dude? Music go hard.
Than you. Making your brain happy. Really go.
We need to play some energizing music. Synth wave retro game music. Let's see if we can get some pretty interesting in here. Let's figure it out. 8-bit trilogy. Retro wave mix.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, now this goes hard, bro. We just did the thing. We figured out the thing. Now we're gonna do the other things that we need to do right now. All the things. We can do all the things now. Round 1. I think I might need to turn this down a little bit though. Let's show collision now. Let's see if this fixed the issue. Yes. Yes. You start a rap channel, Christian rap goes hard, it does. Thank you again, Chase Lee, for yeah, I love, I'm starting to really like this. I kind of want the font changed and some other stuff. Yeah, now he goes. He goeth. He goeth when he musteth. No more movement delay. Let's try the no movement delay. Now we can actually work on the patrol system. Holy cow. So now he won't even go, dude. He won't even go. He'll just, you know? Right? So, now we need to get this moved around to position working. And the way this is going to work is we're going to set, on the Slithion. Sadly, it only happens when he's doing his thing, but let's just get the patrol point. And patrol point 2. What do you guys think? Do we have a move between these patrol points? Or do we just have like a distance where he'll move so far this way and that way? Like he'll have a min-max distance. I kind of want a starting point. Instead of the patrol points, he'll do the min-max. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the way anyways. So we're going to save all this. We're going to get rid of these classes in here. And actually, before I do that, dude, I'm gonna make it so my camera freezes. If they go infinite, Judah can get ganged up. Get ganged up on. We're not getting the little boop. I want to build this and see if it works. It doesn't work. I need to know right now or else. And actually, now that that's happened, we can go in here to the enemy Slithion and see if we can change that AI perception thing. I believe it's in here, actually. To this to be like -1. We'll set them back to default and see if that's the case and see how this works. So we need to get... I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this, guys. Anan, welcome to the stream, my friend. Peppagen, you have a great one, dude. Thank you for stopping by and giving me a good laugh, bro. We appreciate you. You have a good night. We'll see you next time. If they go infinite, Judah can get ganged up on, true. Anan, the homie, in the chat. Querying? What do you mean querying? Querying what? Save selected, let's go. We're gonna have... Let's see if I can get this. The rat face. Oh, he wants you to join in on the game jam. We're gonna be starting a game jam here soon. And we need more people. Currently we have 3, and that doesn't necessarily mean that those 3 are gonna be a part of it. Let's see, where's the game jam? And if we go to the roles, get your roles, 3. There is currently 3. Oh, and Carabot. So we only have 2. We need at least 2 more. You can join on weekend. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, in the Discord, just go in and get the notify. We'll do long and short. We'll do long and short ones. Yeah, if we get enough people, we'll do the jam. But there's not going to be no prizes. I'm broke. You know? We're going to have to build it up. And then once we start getting, you know, the cash only, then we can start looking into prizes. If it's long, then it's no problem for me. What if it's like a week-long process? How much time would you be able to contribute? Because the one we're having right now is a team jam. But if we don't get enough people, we can do like solo stuff. Oh, it's running. All right, cool. I mean, it runs now. And my screen didn't freeze. Yeah! I didn't do a full rotation. Don't even turn that into a GIF. Raleigh, have you listened to 3 Wooden Crosses song? It's become one of my favorite songs. We'll listen to it off stream. I don't want to get copyrighted. Post a link in the Discord. You can share that one in general. I don't care. Yeah, we'll have to put this on the enemy controller. We'll have to create these things on the controller. But we're going to get rid of these patrol points. We don't need them. No longer necessary. Patrol component. And in here we can delete those. Patrol component. So what we'll do is we'll go like this. We're going to stop this. And then in here, in patrol point, we're going to delete. Can we regenerate so what we're going to do is we're going to exit. Oh man. Almost time to shave the head again. We're gonna shave it. Keep it shaved. New GIF. No, it's not new GIF, dude. Come on. Don't torture me like this. This is not what I consider fun. I don't mind streaming for another hour, guys, but I'm going to grab a quick snack. I'll be right back.
Need to find the perfect gift? Don't panic. Gift mode takes the stress out of gifting and makes it easy to find items made by independent sellers for anyone and any occasion. Try gift mode on Etsy now.
I mean, it's only going to be an hour longer. Well, it rebuilds. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. Alright. It's taken a while to build, which is fine. It's really mad I got rid of those files. It should be fine though. I think in the hindsight of that, I think with all those enemies, it doesn't matter if you have that many bullets. I think, you know, if you have a ton of grunts and they're in one area and they're shooting a lot, you can consider that a bullet hell. But I also think, like, when it comes to the perspective of that game, it doesn't help. This is actually used, but whatever. It's never used. That is definitely used. I was looking at this today and I was trying to find a way to prove I've beaten this on Grandmaster. I have the new one. This one's pretty dope. There we go. Hold up. I want to see one thing. I want to see if the reviews have changed. Oh, it's still mixed. I liked it. I thought it was a great game. I thought it was a great. But yeah. Let's see if we're still seeing the patrol in there. Not good. All right, let's start working on this. This has got to be something that's done in the AI, I believe, in the AI enemy controller. We're not going to use the control points. We're just going to use There's going to be several things that has to happen when performing this. Anyways, let's create these properties. Blueprint, read only, read write. Make this edit anywhere. I guess we'll write blueprint, read write all over again. Float, min, control distance, max control distance, and for the category we'll just put patrol. We'll set this to at least like 100, and then we'll set this to 1,000. But essentially, what we're gonna do from here, I guess we should do this. I don't know if we're able to do that. If we're overflowing, we could do that. It's mixed just because of the stability. True. Actors perception. I would like to get, how do we change the themes again? Resharp night, visual assist night. Visual Studio dark. Dracula. Ugh. Dracula. Yeah, I like that better. I like that better. I like having U property as a color on it and not just being white. Kind of annoys me. So we need a max patrol distance in private. We'll make a F vector. Min patrol distance. We're gonna make like a shortest and longest, and then F vector. We're going to make a patrol. Patrol area. And I believe how I'm going to do this is go into public, and we're just going to make a void set up patrol that gets called on possession. So, on possession, Yeah, I gotta stop having energy drinks, boys. They're not working for me. I need that Jamba Juice. It's way cleaner. I ain't gonna lie about it. So what we want to do is one is take actors. So take actors longest distance and reach out. Take actors longest distance and reach out to that point on both sides to get a vector. Then create a patrol area. So the min distance and max distance are just going to be stuff in between that. The max distances we can set to those control points, right? So one thing we're going to need is we're going to get, what is it, in pawn, this pawn equals that. So if we take this pawn, or this pawn dot get actor location, right? And we say dot x, and we subtract. Okay. Let's go at vector. Actually, in here we're gonna need something. Largest left distance to travel, and then the largest right distance to travel. We can set this later. We can put travel location. I don't know. He likes to use classes more. I'll have to incorporate that a little bit more in the future to kind of up my game in programming. F vector, we don't need that now. Largest, what is this? Largest left distance to travel. This pawn. And then we'll minus the, what is it? Max patrol distance. Minus max patrol distance. I'm good at programming, but bad at math and physics. How can I improve it for game dev? To be honest, man, just doing it. You know, in my personal opinion, even mathematicians have foggy memory when it comes to some certain instances of like the subcategories within math, right? We have like linear algebra, trigonometry, stuff of that nature, correct? So that's why people have professions where they specifically target those aspects of math design. And it's very similar to what we're doing here in game development. Obviously, a lot of people will use some aspects of trigonometry, but a lot of what you'll see is linear algebra. When it comes to like physics, calculations, and stuff of that nature, they're just things that come to you by doing the things that you want to do, right? You're like, oh, I want to shoot a missile out of some type of craft, right? And you want it to move with an arc. There is a lot of stuff in games nowadays that pertain to these type of desires, so typically you don't have to worry too much about them. But in the case that you want to write it your own, you know, you go and you look up those things online, you look up those formulas and you practice, right? You gotta search for it. Once you search for it, you find it, you'll learn it, figure it out. But one thing that I do recommend, once you figure it out and you've got to implement it into your game, make sure to keep a developer log and journal, so that you can document this stuff. Have like a miniature post-mortem of that particular mechanic in your game that you created, what you had to do to achieve it, what you learned, what you could do to manipulate it further, stuff of that nature, right? Because it's one thing to search these things up and to learn them and implement them, but another thing to keep that stored in your memory. I saw a guy coding soccer net physics, and it just demotivated me because I couldn't understand anything. I bet you he used like one that's got to be a little bit difficult. He must be using a plane of some sorts, but the way I would see it is you would just get the vertices on it and then create physics. Create physics with it. Right, and you could use a gradient to kind of get that hang that you want, or you can use like gravity and disperse it on a gradient on this net. Stuff like that. I used it in a fun way. What did you use it for? Largest left distance to travel is going to equal this minus this dot this. And we actually have to throw this into an F vector. And what we're going to use for this is we're going to say on the X, we're going to get our, because we're moving left and right. So that is going to be that. This is going to be 0. And then on here, we're going to say this pawn. And then we're just going to get location, get actor location dot, I don't know, Z. Right, and we can store that information there. And essentially, we can do the same thing over here. To travel equals F vector. Like right now, I don't know. I have never done this before in this manner. Ever. But I'm going to try to do it in a way that I think I can achieve it. And if I don't achieve it that way, then I'll start looking for other methods, you know. But I guarantee you a lot of people use like objects and stuff to achieve this pawn. But from, you know, not essentially the same, but it's kind of similar. Touching basics. I don't know, might have came out wrong. But yeah, just search, keep a log, write it down. That's what I've been trying to do. I haven't done it in a month or so, just because I've been handling so much errors in the engine and trying to figure out how the AI works, and it's been difficult. Honestly, I should write it down. I'll probably do a post-mortem after I'm finished doing all the AI. And then after I do the AI, I should probably do the combat once I fully flesh it out to something that's workable. We have the largest left distance to travel. We have the largest right distance to travel, right? So now with these distances, we essentially have a patrol area. Oh yeah, I need to have a E array F vector patrol area. Can I do this? How do I create a 2D array in here? 2D array C++ Unreal. Hmm? I just wanted to store two F vectors and then create a distance between those. I mean, I already have them. I could just create an F vector and then add those in there instead of doing like the largest left distance to travel and then add it into the patrol area. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And then it'll always be 0 and whatever. Patrol area. Dot add. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm good at coding. I feel like I'm always struggling at it. You know? That's just what it always feels like to me. Like I'm struggling to do something. Where's Devlog 7? Is he safe? Is he alright? Yes, this Devlog 7 was being worked on today before stream. It's just harder to work on during the day because I have people running around and doing stuff. So it's like I can make a take and it could sound great, like when I'm talking over the video, and then you know I'll have one of my daughter will run around in the background and you can hear it, and it's just like it's so hard to work on. That's why I would work on it, you know, on the weekends, because they'd be out doing something or something of that nature. But it's just difficult with the streaming schedule to do it for like 5 or 4 hours straight. So who knows? I might have to start having like 3 days stream, 2 days devlog. But I know people would have an issue with that because, you know, they like my streams. But the patrol area now is essentially just the array and that. Or I guess the real issue is we have this travel location, F vector, patrol, center point. I'm trying to think of a math equation I can use. I mean, honestly, the funniest thing I could do is I could literally do a lerp and then put these both in and then put 0.5 and that would give me the center point, which is pretty funny. We can't use distance because this should be like easy. If we especially if it's on the X, all we're concerned about is the X. All we're concerned about is the X, but this works. So it's like I don't have to do it. Patrol area 0. Patrol. Just like that, we have the center point of our... Is it F vector? Why is this not working? Yeah, cake gabble patrol center point. Yeah, that should be fine. Yo, it's a mean. Why don't you tell the server I'm streaming? Because I'm lazy, bro. I'm lazy. What do you mean? Oh, it's because I'm putting two Yeah, but these are F vectors, but it's a T array. So it's like, F vector. That's so dumb. All right, then we're not doing it like this. We're not doing a T array. Furthest left distance to travel. Alilo, Gazet Gamer, hello, why are you bald? It's a summer thing, man. And it's a genetic thing. Because I heard bald people program better. How about that? I heard bald people program better. Now it works fine. So we got the furthest left, we got the furthest right, we got the center point, which we would want him to travel back to. Vector to get a patrol area. Use a alert to get the center point of patrol areas. Place for the enemy to return. So when he turns left, he turns right. So we get these things. But I'll have to create a bunch of voids. Void. Return. Or get center of patrol. Control center. I could just make this an F vector and return that. Yeah, I could. But they do this a lot, and I think it's because it's probably better. We gotta point to this, I believe. Right? No, it's Raleigh balding people program better not bald. Dude, you... He wants to be like Shrek. I love... Can you show me your game? Well, we're right now we're working on the enemy AI. So, you know, right now we're getting him to turn around fluidly, chase us, attack us. Right. Right now we're, so actually we're working on getting him to patrol in a certain area. And by the way, welcome back, Al. Welcome back. But yeah, if you want to see like more of the movements, we had to migrate some things. So right now we can climb, we can jump, we can dash. All this is a work in progress. We can attack, we can enter a prowl state, double jump. And if we do this really quick, there is wall climbs in the game, or like wall jumps, I guess you could say. So, right. Still a lot to be worked on in regard to the movement to make it super smooth and clean, but that's kind of it as a whole at the moment. I want to add some more stuff for like detecting how far you're dropping, stuff of that nature. Alilo Gadget Gamer. I like that name. It's like gadget. Gadget gaming. But yeah. Right now we're working on AI and getting him to patrol smoothly. And I would like to return this, but it's not returning the way that I thought it would. What's wrong? They're both F vectors. F vector double. Create non-member operator. We'll just do this. I'm not going to sit here and struggle with this. We'll just return this and make this an and. And then we'll dereference this here. Or can we... We can't reference it, can we? Why did they add two ands? That's interesting. Create non-member operator. Void, constant. That's interesting. Nothing I do works. So let's just get rid of this and then do F vector. Or we'll reference this. And what we'll do is we'll change signature of function. Yeah. That works. Oh my gosh. It's like Super Mario, but better. Yeah, hopefully. I can only pray and hope. I'm going to put a lot of work into this. But yeah, thank you for that compliment. Mario is an inspiring factor for this game, as well as Sonic the Hedgehog, Bandicoot, stuff like that. Unused include directive, navigation system. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Is it in here? Navigation data, we don't need that. I tried to handle like navigation in here, it just wasn't working. So we want to return the patrol point. We also are going to want to probably return both of these. Get left and right distance to travel. Patrol. You can make like superpower. You can find it or when you kill 5 enemies. Yeah, I mean, right now we're really just getting the finer details out. Just getting like the enemy working in a way that's believable. Right? We can say left point is going to equal to left point or furthest left distance to travel. That's like throwing up a big ol' returning non-void. Oh yeah, we don't need this. Avoid. We want to avoid that, right? It's interesting. I guess at least we're referencing that area. F vector sorry, right point equals furthest distance to travel, and me. Wait, did I bring that up? Okay, I didn't. Get left and right patrol points. All right, I think that will work. I want to see what adding constant will do. I know we're gonna get like an error because it's like, yo, these aren't constants in your declaration. But these things are going to be constant. We're not going to change them. There's something that occur once. In fact, I can probably make this a const f vector, const x vector, const f vector. The only thing that's not going to be that is this here. Right. I know 3. I know 3. Why can't I set this here? Was it like, oh, you can read only? So it's something I can only do. If I do that, it's something I can only do. All right. I'll just make them private, I guess. Cannot assign to read-only type. So this has to be a constant f vector for that to work. If I wanted this to work, I needed to have a const f vector. So what I could do in here, but I don't want to make too much memory, right? But I could just make f vector and then go LP and then have that equal to furthest left distance travel and then put LP here. And that should work. Can I set read-only type to that? Yeah. Now how the heck am I supposed to do it? I guess at that point it's only this. I've been struggling with that for a bit now. Where are you from? I'm from California. California. That is where I'm from. The good old states of America. Or a good old state, I guess you could say. The United States. Make member constant. So you're telling me I can make this constant? I mean, I don't think there would be an issue. This is never going to change. It'll never change. Now it's like, ugh. What the heck is going on, dude? This is annoying. What is it gonna say? It's gonna be like, oh, you could turn... I don't know why we added at the back. I don't know what that does. USA? Yes. Yes! Goodbye. Oh, is it because I'm from USA? You don't like me now? From the United States! I hate them. I'm joking. Have a good one, man. Thank you for joining in and hanging out in the stream. Sorry if I'm a little focused on code right now. But yeah. No. Yeah, I know. I'm just messing around. I'm a very sarcastic and dramatic person, which is both a pro and a con, because when I want people to take me seriously, they don't take me seriously. So it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, that Raleigh guy, he doesn't mean it. But then it's like when I do mean it and I'm being serious, no one cares. No one cares. By the way, guys, if you like the stream, make sure to like the stream, right? Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, follow on all the things. If you're on Twitter, click the follow button, the like button. Twitch, you know what to do. Twitch, you know what to do, guys. You're working on another wavelength. Okay? Because it's 10 p.m. Holy moly. Yeah, go to bed, dude. Put the phone down. Go to bed. Close your eyes. Pull out the earplugs. Plug them in. Have some nice rest. We'll catch you next time here on the channel, man. We stream almost every day. 10 a.m. PST. Yeah, Chase Lee he never sleeps. Ever. He never sleeps. Let's look at the functions here and see what we can use. What we can use in our repertoire of things. Move to random position. Don't leave. Team UK. So we have like a radius, but the issue with this is it doesn't give us all the things we want. It just grabs a random location anywhere on the nav. It doesn't have like a, you know, so we want to change this to something completely else where we get a random location in between those areas. And in the case the characters moved out of it, we run to it and then we continue patrolling. All right. The origin. Ah, man. We don't want any of these things. Get out of here. We're gonna rewrite that. But it looks like we're gonna have to get a random location in here. Void get random location within patrol. You thought I was your neighbor? I'm in his basement. Help me. Low-key, guys, stop joking around so much about that. People take that stuff seriously. Next thing you know, you got freaking people coming in here. Where is he at? Where's your basement? I'm like, I don't have a basement. They start beating me. We know you have a basement. We know it. They start tearing everything apart, flipping over everything. For my animation asset pack, I had game jams in mind when I started making them. That's actually sick. Let's check them out. Let us indulge for just a moment of our time to see what we get. Working on my Oh, that looks great. We got a flinch. I like the swing. You're really good with like attack animations. The only one that I'm like a little on, and I know you're not asking, is the walking. The walking looks kind of weird, but I think it's because you have it particularly set that way. I think it's one of those things where like you're trying to get this like kind of chunky, goofy aesthetic. Not goofy. You get my point. You get my point. But it looks awesome. My favorite part is that attack. His little, like, you see his little thing flip up, and then he, like, his eyes get all big. Oh, that one's more, okay. He's sleeping, he's jumping, he's falling. Yeah, I like that one. It looks like his eyes get a little bit more serious. So far, coming together great. I can tell you put a lot of hard work in it. Sorry, I'm checking the time. Got to get my kid in a bit, up in a bee. Up in a bee. Up in a bee, up in a bee. All right, so farthest left distance to travel. So we want to get a random location in between this area. How do you do that? How do you get a random location? I know you got to do something. F math or F vector. Let's see if there's like random or a point. Let's see, F math. Random. Rand helper. And these are point in circle, point in box. That works great. And it gives you that point in circle, radius, point in box, random range. I wonder if they have like a, oh. Use control shift. They got to have int min double. Have that. Those are that. What about this? Argument 1, argument deci type. Ah, VRAND. ZVRAND. This gets a random point. Unit vector point on the unit sphere's surface. VRAND and cone. Returns a random unit vector within the specified cone. Interp normal rotations too. I mean, that looks... We could have used that for whatever we were making. Looking for share your work section. Yeah, share your work section is... Boom. It's in the community. Maybe we make like a share. But the community is essentially where all the sharing, all the like challenges and stuff should be occurring. So yeah, share your work. I wish there was a way to colorify these things. I would love that, dude. I would love that. But now everyone shares it here. I guess the new post is it's a little tedious, right? Because you have to set the post, do all this stuff. So there's got to be some way to make that a little bit more interesting for people. Yeah, you can browse the channel at the top. Check that. Let's see. Let's look. Fun actor, FR, and range. Spawn vectors. So he just gets a range between these. He gets a range between what that is and what that is. I mean, we could do that, but I'm hoping at R and vector, get unit vector, random vector with length equals ran.getUnitVector. Generate new seed. VRAN. Random unit vector is not a member of, sorry, fmath VRAN. Let's see what chat has to say. Chat GPT. Because I feel like there's probably something like this already, but let's see if there is. Function, get a random location between two F vectors. We're also going to have to see if those are even on the nav mesh. I hate that. Get random location between vectors. But then it just gets the bounding box. Yeah, see? This is why I just don't use it sometimes, because I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that'll work. There's like, there, yeah, it's like, nope, that's not gonna work. Not gonna work. So, what I'm gonna do is, I guess we will get an F vector instead. I'm hoping to write this. I gotta leave in like 10 minutes. Hoping to write this, return F vector, and then F math random range. And then for this, we'll put this on dot get actor location dot x, and then we'll say this, or not this pawn. Yeah, we have to. I mean, we could get 2 and then figure out where we're doing stuff and then return that. Furthest left distance to travel dot x. We're not moving anywhere on that, and we're and that should be pretty much it, but we have to, you know, do a check for whether we're moving left or right. If we're moving right, then we'll do this. Which means we've moved to the right, now we're gonna move to the left, and then else. Right? We might have to change these. Come on. Come on. Yeah, it's 2:04. All right, guys, I'm going to bounce out of here. I got to go run and get my child. I want to thank each and every single one of you for tuning in. All the new subscribes, all the new likes, all the new love. It is much appreciated on my end. As you know, I'm working really hard around the clock to try to make this a really cool game and hopefully a fun experience for all of you, as well as try to make this as entertaining as possible. So I really appreciate each and every single one of you just being a good friend, even though most of the time it's not really that entertaining. So it's kind of like what I said last night. You know, thank you all so much for being here, and I feel extremely blessed because of you and your presence. So with that being said, until next time, God bless, and Christ of Nazareth, he loves you. I'll try to be nice to the Cookie Monster, but it depends on if she eats my cookies, right? Who's my cookies? But anyways, guys, bye. Much love. I'll see you around. Have a beautiful day. And keep your eyes peeled for the game jam. Bye.